Okay. So, new setup in a super secret location in the Utah desert. So, let me know how the sound is. Yes, unfortunately. I don't know. Sound is good? Good. I had to order a right angle piece for my microphone arm, so bear with me. If I don't turn my head, the microphone doesn't quite pick up everything. Yeah, so when Apple announced that they would be going to ARM, I decided the progressive paper cuts that I was suffering under Apple had grown to a dull ache, and decided that I didn't want to go through another transition with them, and also after looking at the numbers, especially the new Mac Pro, the pricing was just insane. Yeah, it just didn't make sense. And I want to do more game stuff, and games is Windows. I mean, it's sad but true fact. So, but I'm actually running. So Windows is the host operating system on this machine. And again, I went that direction primarily because a lot of the projects I want to work on down the road here for myself are in the game space. And so it just made sense to have Windows be the host operating system, but I'm using VMware, and I sort of bounce between Windows and Ubuntu to test code. So the good news is all of my code works now between Windows, at least Ubuntu, Linux. I'm sure there's going to be oddballs in the Linux and BSD camp that I'll have to deal with, but and of course everything still works on OS 10, and I still have Macs and OS 10 devices that I'll occasionally test on, but yeah, Mac is no longer my daily driver, and yeah, it's taken a while for me to get Windows where I can kind of tolerate it. And you know, giving Microsoft some credit, they have made some strides in improving it. But I will give Microsoft this kudo. Their video subsystem blows Quartz Compositor out of the water. I mean, I've always felt that the Quartz Compositor was very laggy and sluggish on OS 10, but using Windows 10 as a daily driver for a while and then going back to OS 10, I'm like, holy shit, this thing really is slow. So yeah, I can if Apple ever really wanted to attract the gamer community, they would have to do something serious there, because yeah, it's pathetic. But that's about that's probably the major benefit that I can ascribe to Windows at the moment. Audio setup has taken weeks because I had to find tools that would do the same things that I had other software in OS X that was far easier to use. I finally got it working, although I think I'm going to have to... There's kind of more moving parts in Windows on the audio side. And that's not a good thing, really. But yeah, at least the stream's working. Everybody says audio sounds okay. The monitoring that I've got in my headphones sounds okay. So yeah, there's some fine tuning to be done, but all in all, it's looking pretty good. And then I was totally surprised. It's been about 2 months since I switched over to this machine, which is a newer machine. That's the other thing too. I mean, I finally have a real damn GPU instead of the crap that Apple puts in their machines. But when I first got the machine, I was playing with my DSLRs, and on OS X, I had to use Camera Live and Cam Twist and play all these games. And when I first searched a couple months back, I don't know why I didn't see it, because it was there. But it turns out, after all these years of Canon and Sony and Fujitsu and all these camera companies erecting the middle finger to users and saying, no, we don't want you to use our DSLRs as webcams. Now all of a sudden they're just like, oh, hey, everybody's quarantined, everybody's working from home. These are great webcams. So now they've got drivers. And yeah, surprisingly, they just work. Hey, Phil. Hey, Chromium. So that was a pleasant surprise. And yeah, so surprisingly, getting the camera to work was a piece of cake. Of course, I'm using this DSLR, and then I just chroma key myself out. So now I'm this floating Jeff monster in the lower right corner. Yeah, and then I have tons of external drives and RAID arrays and shit that's all APFS, and so I've been playing with a couple different software solutions in Windows that recognize APFS volumes mostly. So yeah, I got to figure out how I want to migrate all that shit. Yeah, at this point, right? Like, I don't even want to get started. I'll start ranting within like the first 10 minutes. So yeah, I mean, just all I'll say is, why can't we just have one web browser, one file system, That's not to say that you couldn't have alternatives. Have alternatives, but like pick one standard, you know, that everybody supports completely. Read write. Yeah, I don't care what it is. ZFS, ext4, whatever, right? Something. And no vendor can, create a walled garden around it. No vendor can lock other people out, right? And you're guaranteed that no matter what machine you go to, if you had another machine that you were using the standard file system, everything will still work. You're not sacrificing, or what you would be sacrificing is known up front, right? You would know what the trade-offs of the standard file system are, and if it's potentially slower or uses more space or has other limitations, whatever. But no, we can't do that. So yes, Windows. Yeah, the EX FAT and FAT32, and they're okay. The problem is those don't handle all of the extended behavior that you would get on a Mac and on other platforms. Again, none of the options that exist today are really ideal. And I guess technically, if I had the foresight when I set up everything on my last Mac, I could have probably used, ext4 or something else in anticipation that Tim Cook was going to piss me off and that I would erect the middle finger to Cupertino. But yeah, I'm just an idiot savant. Why did I get rid of the Mac? So I had I don't even know, I think 2012, 2013, whenever the last revision of the trash can Mac Pro came out, that's what I had. And honestly, for 99.8% of what I do, it was a fine machine. But I was starting to run into a couple problems. The first problem was I had some projects, some paid projects that I was doing that were low levelish, and the the Xeon processors that were in the Mac Pro, I ran into some roadblocks with some vectorized assembly, and I'm like, oh, holy shit, these things are ancient. And so that was the first thing. The hardware was just aging enough that some of the things I was trying to do, I'm like, crap. Now I got to go fish out a different machine and test this code over here. Then, I did not upgrade to, and now I know I'm 2 versions behind on that machine. Not the current OS X, which is turning into iOS. The version before that, Catalina, whatever it was, I can't even remember the code name now. I didn't upgrade to that because I had upgraded a bunch of my laptops and some Mac Minis, and there were just enough issues. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to upgrade my daily driver. So I didn't, but there were several security updates and other OS X updates for the version I had on that machine that were just starting to fuck shit up. All of a sudden, audio wasn't working right. Cameras weren't working right. So I was like chasing my tail every time I would apply security patches. Something wouldn't work, or some other weirdness would get introduced, which just said to me that, oh, hold on a sec. Let me ban that person. Take your bullshit somewhere else. What was I saying? Yeah, so anyway, just weirdness. And as I've said before, in the past, yeah, I used OS X because it just worked. And I didn't have to fight with that crap. And then Apple announced that they were moving to ARM, which I'm not in principle against. I love the ARM ISA. I don't see it as being a painless transition, though. But my bigger concern was this upcoming release of OS X it's just very clear that they're iOSifying, OS X. And I know my pessimistic view of where that goes is that Apple has no long-term interest in computers. They're just going to keep dumbing this stuff down until everything's an iDevice, and that's fine. I mean, I think if you look at the numbers, if you look at it objectively, just from a business perspective, it makes total sense, right? That's what they do. Their primary business, their primary moneymaker are phones and tablets and things of that nature. Fair enough. But I'm a software engineer. So I need something that works now, and I don't want to be stuck on a platform, because I've been an Apple user since the late 70s. I mean, I've been through so many transitions with a company that, the Intel transition went pretty well. But my perspective of that is that Apple was in a small pond. They were in the PowerPC space. Everybody else was in the Intel ISA. And so they were jumping into a pool that was ready and willing, right, to transition things rapidly to the dominant ISA. And, ARM technically is the dominant ISA if you just go by count of processors on the planet, but they're not the dominant ISA in a large swath of industry yet. So it's going to take time, right, to displace Intel. And look, I don't have any great love for Intel. I think they fucked the company up badly. They're way behind. And like most technology companies, their management graduated from the school of I count beans and fuck engineers. So let's just cut corners to make the quarterly numbers look great, and who cares, right, if we end up burying ourselves. Anyway, But for now, for me, like the balance of everything is still Intel, whether I like that or not. So, it just made sense for me to switch. So all those things accumulating. Oh, and then I mentioned earlier when the stream first started, when the new Mac Pro came out, it's beautiful, but way too much money. And it's almost literally like Apple just was like, fuck you. You guys whined and bitched and complained, and yeah, here you go. Pay us extra. And just, again, like a lot of the hardware is old. It's not good GPU options. So, anyway. I am excited long term to see ARM take over, and but it's not going to happen overnight. So let's see. You guys will have to bear with me, because now that I'm using Windows, OBS integrates all this stuff. I'm not used to this fanciness. Yeah, so Phil just mentioned the transition's going to be slow. I agree. I kind of track a bunch of open source projects that are currently kind of racing to port as much to ARM as possible. And yeah, there's a shit ton. See, people don't understand, right? Like, man, I'm just going to be like on one constant rant today. This is what happens when I don't stream for months. Then I come back and it's just all my disappointment and frustration. But this is the issue where you have web shits that, like everything is up here and that's all they see. And they don't realize that everything up here they're using relies on all this stuff down here. And these guys used inline assembly for a lot of stuff because, hey, that's what you have to do. I didn't catch that. That's why Java beans. That's awesome. Yes. Oh God, Java. Yeah, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long while. And I personally don't have one of the transition dev kits, but I know some guys who do. And just looking over their shoulder at the emulator performance, it's not bad, right? Rosetta. It's okay. But again, it brings back, I have sort of like a PTSD flashback to the very early days of OS X when you would click something in the dock and it would just bounce for like 5 minutes. And I'm like, fuck that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Pentium 75 megahertz. My gosh. Those were the days. Yeah, GPUs are they're stuck in machine learning land. That's okay. They're not compromising, right? Any of the graphics pipeline doing it. So, whatever. My perception is that the machine learning AI craze is sort of reaching an equilibrium where reality and bullshit are balancing out. It's going to take probably another year or two, but people are beginning to speak mostly truth about the reality of what's going on there. So, God, the keyboard that I had for my machines, I bought IBM keyboards because I loved them. But those keyboards in the early 90s, they weighed, God, they had to have weighed like 20 some pounds. But they were awesome keyboards, man. Like, I would pound on those keyboards. And the clackety clack of those keys was, I mean, it was glorious. It truly was. Yeah. Oh, God. Self-driving cars. Yeah. So somebody asked, or I think Synox, or, well, someone asked, I can't remember who, what I've been doing. And so, of course, I got the coof. And it was kind of inevitable. My wife is a nurse, and yeah, I mean, it doesn't take too many rolls of the dice on that one to eventually get it. But really, the major symptom for me is just I already am narcoleptic. It just made me so tired. I have to say coof because I plan to upload this to YouTube, and if I say the actual name, then I will have hell rain down on me. So I will refer to it as the coof to avoid our, authoritarian tech bros. Yeah, with a mask. That's cool. So yeah, it just made me really tired. But prior to contracting the zombie virus, I had been just having a bunch of food allergy issues, which I really had never been allergic to food, but started having issues. So have really had to limit my food choices significantly. So that's been interesting. But, during the recuperation period, which I guess it's been like 6 months, I think, since I streamed last. I've just kind of watched the world burn, and I know I've done a little bit on the code here and there. But yeah, I finally feel mostly back to normal. Thank you, Cyanox. I'm sure I will. I'm trying to remember. For some reason, that popped a line of dialogue from a movie in my head, but I don't remember what movie it was. And the line of dialogue was something like, You'll pray for death long before it comes. I can't remember what movie that was. Anyway, yes, I am writing some C++. So, yeah, over the past 5 months, I really haven't made a whole lot of progress where I left off. Largely what I've done is just fix a bunch of stuff. And when I say fix a bunch of stuff, because I actively switched over to Windows and Linux, that forced me to deal with the cross-platform issues in my base code foundation library. So I had to fix a bunch of little issues there. Surprisingly, it really wasn't that bad. But, you know, on and off, it's taken a couple months to get things kind of tightened up. And on Windows, of course, nothing's ever easy. Isn't it just about installing Docker? What are you talking about, dude? Everything is Kubernetes. Fuck. You know, Docker's like, oh, you just have one image and we need a fucking cluster of everything. Oh God. Shoot me in the head. So Said Who 12 asks, what project? Yeah, so that's an interesting question. So over the past couple weeks, I kind of thought about, okay, what do I want to do? How do I want to do this shit? And where I had left off was I was working on the new virtual machine for base code and for some other projects. So I want to go back to that. I need to finish that. There is a fork in the road there. After that, I think I know what direction I want to go. But yeah, I could change my mind at any moment on that. But definitely the bytecode virtual machine, the assembler, I need to get that working. So that's kind of what I wanted to resume working on here. And baby steps. If I can get that working, then I'm going to be happy. And that will probably bolster my morale a bit. And then we'll see, you know, where it goes from there. When I mentioned, and before I continue, just really briefly on the virtual machine, I did have a small contract engagement where somebody wanted me to build a prototype virtual machine, which I just sort of banged together. And when I did that, I kind of thought, oh, this isn't too bad. And it sort of gave me some ideas and clarity around how I want the virtual machine, you know, the bytecode encoding in the virtual machine to work for the base code VM. So that was good. That it's always, I find it interesting whenever I do other projects that are tangential or somewhat related to things I'm working on, and they sort of give me indirect feedback on this idea wasn't really that great. This idea is good. So yeah, anyway, so that closes off that thought path. The fork in the road is for base code. I over the past 5-6 months, whatever it's been, 5 months, I think. I have done a lot of reading, a lot of research, and most of it just sort of loose exploration of what's out there. And I kind of looked at two different scenes. One is the bootstrapping community. And for those of you not familiar, like, there's bootstrapping in air quotes, and then there's bootstrapping, like the people who are serious about it. Like, you're not linking to the C runtime. You're not dependent on any third-party libraries. And I concluded that Rust is the best. No, sorry, I did not. I did though, as part of this exploration, spend time with Zig, with Rust, with Nim and Julia and Mercury and you name it. Like, I have looked at quite a few languages out there. I have played with Odin, yes. Odin would be okay. It just doesn't have compile time execution. And it doesn't seem like Ginger Bill is interested. So, and again, that's fine, right? Like, people can do whatever they want to do. But yeah, without compile time execution, a language like Odin just doesn't raise to the level of being all that much more useful. And I'm not trying to offend anyone. By far, Rust is the most mature, I would say. It doesn't have, unless you're using nightly builds or something, it doesn't have quirky, bizarre behavior. The compiler and the libraries are stable. The ecosystem is stable. The borrow checker may try to ass rape you, but it's a stable environment. So, but from there it kind of falls off a cliff. Zig is very much a moving target. And God, I hate to say this because I'm the guy that always says, like, syntax doesn't matter, but holy shit, does Zig look like crap. I just don't like a lot of the choices that the Andrews made in that direction. There are a lot of things in Zig that are very parsimonious conceptually with what I would like to do. But I'm of the mindset that compilers should guide you, right? They should tell you, hey, this thing that you did here is a deadlock, a potential deadlock, or this thing that you did here, you use this after it was freed or whatever. But ultimately, it's up to you, right, to do the right thing. And sometimes it may seem like to the compiler that something is invalid, but in fact it's not. And one of my complaints with like Rust or Zig is that it's not even that they're opinionated. That's fine. It's just that really constrains your interaction with the compiler, and I find that very annoying. But there were stability issues with Zig when I played with it. But I got some stuff running, and like I say, there's definitely conceptual ideas in Zig that I think are solid. There are conceptual ideas in Rust that are solid. And I played with Nim. I didn't come away with that being a super happy experience. Julia is interesting, but again, linguistically, there's things in Julia that I think are kind of interesting, but the underlying runtime aspects don't really match what I would like to do. I did play with Haskell a lot. Haskell is Haskell is an academic's wet dream. I get it, but I just don't. I mean, look, I know that there are people who are productive with it, and they just love it for its purity. It's not practical. And it's kind of funny. At one point, this was a while ago, I think in one of John Blow's streams, he said, like, they created monads. They created something. They needed to create something to do something that they could have done had they not restricted themselves to not do that. And it's funny because, people make such a big deal over, monads and all this. And it's a hack. It's a kludge. And it's interesting because if you go through, I think even if you go through like the official Haskell guide, like they even admit it's kind of a kludge. It's a compiler kludge. And look, sometimes kludges can be elegant and make things work. But it's I don't need to like add problems onto my plate. I want to take them away. Again, there's some really conceptually nice ideas in these languages, but unfortunately, the interface, right, between these beautiful conceptual domains and the reality of physics, that boundary is very nasty, very messy, and just where we're at right now, either we just don't have the creativity to kind of see a clean way to jump past those boundaries, which I suspect is part of the problem. Excuse me. But I also kind of suspect that the fundamental computing model, right, is going to need to evolve, like at the hardware level. And I have no idea what that would be, but I mean, I have some ideas. I think computational memory is potentially something that needs to happen. But we're probably decades away from that being a reality. And when those things happen, whatever they are, right? And I'm just speculating. I personally think computational memory could have some impact on moving us to a new kind of, instead of von Neumann architectures or Harvard architectures, we have some new architecture that changes the game to the extent where some of these boundaries that are expensive now, the boundary would still be there, but we would have lots of extra processing power to burn to make it disappear, right? But we're not there yet. So, and I also played with Mercury, which most of you probably don't know about, but Mercury is another pure functional language, very similar to Haskell, but it has a Prolog flavor to it. And again, a lot of similar issues in my opinion. And it's interesting, Mercury reminds me a lot of Ada, however you say it. It's very, very strict. Requires you to really articulate everything that you want to happen in a particular module. So, yeah, actually, years ago, I did some projects in Ada, and I always liked it. The biggest issue, again, with a lot of these is just, libraries and support infrastructure. But it ultimately depends on what you're doing, right? In my case, I was interfacing with hardware. It really wasn't a big deal. But sort of. Yeah, Mercury, it's not, you don't have to have formal proofs, but if you follow the rules, your programs kind of become proofs because of, if you're familiar with Prolog, you have inference rules that ground out to facts that are specified. So you could view a Mercury program, which is kind of like I say, it's a merger of very strict functional monadic programming a la Haskell with inference rules from Prolog. So yeah, you could almost kind of see a functioning Mercury. Mercury's typed. It's strictly typed, which is a huge departure from Prolog because Prolog is not typed at all. Or it's typed in the same way that like Lisp is typed, right? There's a very small set of known types and that's it, right? Like that's what you have. You have lists, you have predicates, you have terms, that's it. So anyway, I accumulated a lot of perspectives, I guess you could say, on kind of what's going on in the programming space. And well, I am writing a compiler. That's what I've been working on. I use loosely typed code on production sites. Who doesn't, man? Come on. Facebook. It's all. I guess they're using something else now, right? Hack or whatever the fuck they're using. But well, yeah. So base code, it's interesting. I'm a low level guy, right? Like I like to interface with hardware. I like to bit twiddle. The rest of the world thinks I'm insane, but that's okay. That's what I enjoy doing. And so any programming language I would use, it has to do that. It has to allow that. And it, I want to provide, so this goes back to my earlier point. I want to provide safety features in the language as part of the language, but I don't want the compiler to beat you over the head with it. In other words, it's kind of like Valgrind, right? I want the compiler to tell you all the potential foot guns that it sees, but it's up to you, right, to do something about them. And now there are perhaps, compiler switches or options that you could pick, like, hey, if you find, treat these kinds of warnings as fatal errors, right? Let developers decide the severity of their transgressions, but sometimes things that look like a race condition or a deadlock aren't, right? They might conceptually be, but for whatever real world reason, they aren't. Yeah, I want to go down that path, right? Instead of the Rust or the Zig model of, a trying to achieve perfection, I guess, because I don't see that as being reasonable. I also looked at a project. I didn't mention this. Let's see. Let me grab a URL for this because you guys might be interested. Let's see. Yeah. No. So I ran across, oh, hey, Tim. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm just sort of rambling at the moment. Hey, Tim. I saw a stream that you did last week or, gosh, yeah, I think it was like last week. And somebody was bitching at you that they couldn't read the font. And I have to commiserate with you, bro. Like, I get that complaint. And you know what? I just finally gave up. I just make fonts super big and somebody will still say they can't read it. Anyway, I saw that and I saw all the pain you were going through and I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel so sorry for him. But you can pinch and zoom, right? On mobile devices with Twitch. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Right. Because they support so many different devices and, anyway, I saw that. I was watching it live when you were going through it. And I just, I thought, oh man, I know that pain. So where was I? My brain is mush. Oh, yeah. So anyway, I came across this other thing called Circle, which is kind of interesting, if a bit unfortunate. I've actually had some chats with Sean. Very smart guy. It's not open source. It would be kind of neat if it were. And honestly, you know, if Circle were open source, I would probably just say that's pretty close to what I need. But alas, it isn't. And he built it on top of C++. So that creates some additional issues, right? Because then you're constantly chasing, like he started working with C++ 17. Now 20's out. He's behind. So it's, yes. And then as Cyanox said, complicating the most complicated language on earth, which is true, right? It is just piling more shit on top of shit. But there, again, just, you know, setting aside all the issues, there's some really good ideas there. And, you know, some of them are sort of in line with what I was looking for. Because contrary to what some people might say about me, if I can find something that exists that does what I want, I'm going to use it, right? It's not that I want to go out of my way to build things that don't, or that there's already a good answer for it, right? But like I really looked, and yeah, it's at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, this, for these reasons, this isn't good. You know, I'm back to C or C++, at which point it's like, okay, well, I really do need to build something. Yeah, I like rewriting everything so I can make money on Twitch. Just so you guys know, I think I've made a whopping $40 on Twitch over the entire time I've been on the platform. I am, alas, not a thought. So it would keep me in coffee for a month. Considering I buy dollar coffee every morning. But yeah. Just hire one. Yeah, I don't know what my wife would think about that. Honey, do you see this really gorgeous model? Would it be okay if I hired her to display attributes on my stream so I could make money? Oh my God, don't get me started on Tesla. Fuck that company. I hate Elon Musk. I think I'm like one of the only people on the planet that sees that guy as an absolute lying douchebag, but I know he's a hero to a lot of people, so yeah. Oh, and then I think it might have been Phil. Correct me if I'm wrong, Phil. Somebody on stream, and this was a while ago, and I'd made a note about it, mentioned JetBrains MPS. So it may have been Phil, it may have been somebody else. I don't know. But yeah, so I spent some time playing around with MPS, and it's interesting. But it has what I would call the small talk problem, in that, for better or worse, the world chose files when Unix became kind of the standard. And when that happened, it created a barrier to switching to something else. And yeah, sorry, Phil. I didn't know if it was you or who mentioned it, but somebody did. When I wrote my note, I should have put the user's handle there, but I didn't. So, but anyway, there's interesting ideas there, and so I have toyed around with the idea of, well, maybe base code should be an AST only language, skip lexing and parsing and all this nonsense. But like I say, that creates a bunch of additional challenges that are not easily solved, unfortunately. No taker for streamers. Let's see. I missed some interesting chat about Star Trek and Musk. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only person who thinks he's a douche. I hate Star Trek Discovery because some moron in it compares Elon Musk. Yes. That was Captain Lorca, I believe. I vaguely remember the scene. He makes a throwaway reference to Musk. Yeah. Elon Musk. Oh, God. Yeah. How do I say this? Any success that SpaceX or Tesla have had are due to the incredibly talented and probably tortured engineers and other staff that they have. And if you look, people do not stay at Tesla for very long. SpaceX is a slightly different beast because I think everybody in the aerospace industry has shell shock, and like they know there's like 3 places on the entire planet that they can work. And they all suck. So, but I liken Elon Musk to P.T. Barnum. A sucker is born every minute, and Musk has learned how to play the attention game, much like Trump, as an example, a comparative example, where spewing nonsense, spewing nonsense, spewing outright lies, making promises that never come true. They've learned that in our current world, reality and holding things to account of reality is not important culturally. In fact, it's denigrated, right? Which is like the weirdest. I never imagined in my entire life that's where we would end up, but that's where we are. So you can't, I guess, don't hate the player, hate the game, but man, oh man, do these guys know how to screw people over by playing this game. And yeah, you know, if my opinion about Elon Musk would change 100% if instead of him getting up on stage and showboating himself around, he actually invited his engineering team up, introduced everybody, said what their job was, what they did, why their contribution was so important. Of course, he would never do that. Not in a million years. The guy is a narcissist. He would never do that. But yeah, unfortunately. Oh, and then this brings me to another topic. And it's an interesting pathology of our current world situation, which existed pre-pandemic, by the way. The pandemic just exacerbated it, or actually put a spotlight on it, I guess you could say. And that is that there appears to be no legitimate, or very few legitimate, ways to acquire currency. And so everything's kind of degenerated into just a bunch of scams on top of scams. And I don't know that people are consciously aware of it. Like, if you were to go up and interview 10 people on the street, I don't think they could articulate why things are fucked up. They know they are fucked up. And they have a sense that there is a small group of people who are screwing the rest of us over. But there's a huge disconnect there in terms of like how the pieces fit together. But I'm going to make a prediction, and that is that I believe the Silicon Valley gold rush phenomena, that bubble has popped, and the race to the bottom for software engineers has accelerated massively because of it. And ironically, the superstars are getting hit first, although I think there's going to be several successive waves of hits to that group. So these are your fangers, right? But shit rolls downhill, so I think that's also going to accelerate and impact the rest of the industry in an extremely negative way. But it's insane how much we idolize seemingly rich people. And I have to admit, like, it's depressing. I did a survey of programming channels on YouTube, and one of the things that I knew this, but I wanted to be a bit more rigorous about it. One of the things that just depressed the hell out of me was all these programming channels aren't about programming. Like, none of these people write code. It's about the job. It's about how to get a job. It's about how to get a job making $500,000 a year. It's about how to crack the coding interview. It's about, oh, I'm not trying to call anybody out. And I said YouTube. But it's, a day in a life, right? It's the hopium, right? And if you look at technical channels, they are like truly technical channels. They're orders of magnitude less popular than these other channels. And yes, exactly. If you really showed what a programmer had to put up with in corporate America or corporations worldwide, nobody would want to do that job, right? So, and I don't know, that it got me to reflecting. Somebody asked me, this is a person I've known for a very long time. They said, when did nerds become popular? And I said, when people saw big money attached to them. And he kind of thought about it. He's like, yeah, I guess that's right. When I was growing up, I was an outcast, right? People like me, people who liked electronics and liked technology and computers, we were not venerated members of society, right? And I kid you not, in the 80s, if somebody said to you, what do you do? Or what do you plan on doing? You're like, oh, well, I program computers. Like, their face would just glass over and they'd be like, oh, okay. And they'd walk away. So, for me, this modern phenomena of everybody wanting to be a programmer, I mean, it's on one hand, okay, cool, but it's the motivation, right? Software it's an extremely time-intensive profession. And I know a lot of people say this shit, but like, software is one of those jobs where you really got to love it, I think, right? If you, and I know that sounds like gatekeeping, and that's not really my intention. But it occurred to me that a lot of the woes in the industry now can probably be traced back to the sort of glorification and mass entrance into the field because of that gold rush. Let's see. I'm like way behind on chat here. Sorry. Nerd alert. Yeah. Nerds. That movie is totally not politically correct now. So, Tim, though, you said you feel called out, but you write code, dude. Like, you build stuff. I'm not talking about guys like you. If I watch a video and they build something and they show somebody how to build something, that's awesome, right? And I don't care what tools you're using, what platform, what you're doing. To me, that's totally different than these lifestyle channels. That's what they are. I mean, that's what they seem like to me. Lifestyle channels, right? Like Tech Lead. I know a lot of people love Tech Lead. I can't stand his stuff. I really can't. And all the other folks that sort of have spawned around Tech Lead. I'm sorry. No. Somebody told me on a conference call, Tech Lead came up, and I'm like, oh God, don't talk about him. And they're like, oh, you just don't get his humor. I'm like, probably not, because I'm an old fart, but I just, like, he, in my opinion, is not who people should be looking up to as a role model for a software engineer. It's, yeah. It's so in your face, right? Like, how many times does that guy say, as a millionaire, because I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire? Like he's literally just hanging it out, because he's like figured out that the more times he says that, that's what people want to hear. And okay, I guess if you're an entertainer, and I suppose that's a distinction that should be drawn, right? Like, I think of what I do on Twitch and YouTube as like a public service. You know, I've been in this field for a long time. I see some of the things that I do as being less common. So I think, okay, I should share some of what I know, and if it helps people, great. If it doesn't, then, you know, no harm, no foul. But if a guy like Tech Lead or Juma or any of these people, Milanescu is another one of them, if they consider themselves entertainers, right? I guess you can sort of kind of let that go, because it's not serious, right? It's like Alex Jones. Oh, he's not really insane. He doesn't really believe lizard people are coming to take over. It's just a show, right? But do you believe that? You know? And are they being honest, right? Is there a disclaimer somewhere that makes it clear this is just for entertainment, right? Yeah, show. So, yeah. My God, I've been talking for an hour and 23 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. I just, like, I start talking and, yeah, I don't know when to shut up, you know. One of my flaws. Oh, so then that shit, like, I'm going to try to, it's a coder's life. I'm going to try to stream as regularly as I can. Because I feel like you guys have been with me on the journey of building this stuff. So it's only, like, if I'm going to work on it, we should do it together. And I don't have anything else going. So, What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, Clement, I think is his first name, Clement Milanescu. And he was buddies with Patrick until Patrick did scammy things to him, which I kind of thought was karmic irony. Oh, Meshuggah Sahim. Yeah, you changed your handle? Anyway, there's a video on his YouTube channel. You can watch it. Where he talks about how he got his job, at Google. And the pitch, that's not the right, no. The mythology, right, is, here's this guy who wasn't a programmer and he decided he wanted to work at Google and he gets a job in 6 months, and you can too. Except, he graduated from, I think, one of the top 3 schools, and he's a mathematician. And look, I mean, there's so many things to unpack there, right? First off, if you graduate from one of the top schools in the U.S. As a mathematician, you've got some skill, right? So that's one. 2, you have prestige. You have cred. This is what a company like Google is looking for. They're looking for an empty skull that they can take a crap in, right? That's exactly what they want. High prestige graduate, empty skull, open it up, take a crap, right? So he's the exact person that they're looking for. Now, look, when I say things like this, I'm not saying these people aren't smart. They are. What's sad is that companies like Google and Facebook and Netflix and whoever else you want to include in the bunch are kind of playing these people and taking advantage of them. But the idea that somebody who has a mathematics, and he's got a master's, right? It's not just an undergrad. He's got a master's. Okay. So this guy, by definition, is already qualified himself. He would have to completely fuck up, like going in there naked or something, or with a gun, for them to not want to hire him. But there's a huge difference, and it just is a sad reality of the world we live in right now. But there's a huge difference from a self-taught programmer who goes to a boot camp to try to get some cred and try to go get that job, and a guy like Clement Milanescu who has a master's degree, and I forget which school. I know it's one of the top schools in mathematics. And if both of those can't, even if the self-taught boot camp, can't speak, graduate was a competitive coder and could blaze through every problem and was super articulate and could answer every question and was super likable, they would still fail compared to him, because that prestige is a known quantity for these companies. It's an easy decision to make. So yeah. God, I'm depressing myself. CMake. What did I call? I don't even remember. No. I want the root. Where's the root? Give me the root. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm an affiliate, and Twitch does not give us, like, I can't even pay to keep, and what they keep arbitrary things, which is weird. But yeah, like most of my recordings, they delete them after 60 days. I looked into it, like, is there a way I can pay to keep them on the channel now? And YouTube, Jesus. I mean, I'm going to try to upload these. One trick that I heard, we'll see if it, well, yeah, so exporting to YouTube's kind of interesting. So it turns out that the video, from what I've been told, now I haven't opened it up in a hex editor and looked at it, but from what I've been told, Twitch includes metadata in the exported video files that YouTube uses to censor them. So what I'm doing now is I'm simultaneously recording this locally, and then I will upload my recording and bypass exporting from Twitch, because I was I was exporting from Twitch all of my streams, and they were going through, and I was having no problems. And if you hadn't noticed, I have the mouth of a sailor and don't really care. They wouldn't even, they flagged them. Like in the, dashboard on YouTube, like the videos were just flagged as violating community guidelines and all sorts of shit. The music isn't really an issue because the content ID system just figures out whose music it is, and they get whatever revenue comes in from ads. Fine, whatever. So now there are some exceptions. Asian music publishers are a bit more anal about certain things. But that's very clear. Like if I play some Japanese pop music or something, and for whatever reason, Sony or whoever is the ultimate owner of that music, it's region locked or whatever, and they won't let it out, you get a notification specifically about that, right? Like it tells you, and they give you tools to remove that audio. This is not that, right? This was not copyright. This was just controversial topics, community guideline strikes without the thing even going up, which was weird. And at the time, I kind of just, from what it looked like, it was automatic. So again, I don't know how much I put into this, but I've seen some things on Reddit and 4chan, low quality, but they some people had theorized that by doing the export from Twitch was including certain metadata that was making it easier for the YouTube algorithm to just preemptively say, no, we're not going to accept this. So we'll see. Like I say, I'm recording these local simultaneously to streaming. So I'll have an MKV file that I'll transform and upload to YouTube, and we'll see if I run into any issues other than, like I say, content ID stuff, which is totally fine. I don't care. If I can make the artists of these songs a couple of pennies from my videos, great. But yeah, it was a little bit disconcerting. So yeah, I'm going to try to stream regularly, and I'm also going to try to upload these outside of Twitch to YouTube. Plus the quality should be a bit higher because I'm recording it at a slightly higher quality than the stream is going out. So instead of getting it extra compression or extra re-encoding from YouTube, it'll be a purer form when it goes to YouTube. So we'll see. We'll see if they pitch a fit. That's why I'm being conscious about certain words that I know YouTube is like. I can say fuck as much as I want, but if I say what the coof really is, that could be a problem. So, of course, I mentioned Alex Jones earlier, so that probably just, blew it all to hell. But, okay, Project Dirbase. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull in a neat little library called FE, which is a very micro scheme. And the only reason I'm pulling this in is because I want to use it for config files. That's it. But it's so tiny and it's well written. And it's super memory efficient. So for this purpose, I looked at a bunch of other config file formats, and for a while I was doing everything in YAML. Then I realized how shitty the YAML library was, and I looked at what is it called? What does Rust use? Oh man, my brain just completely blanked. Rust uses like a newer ini file format that I think came from one of the guys at GitHub. Toml, thank you. Jesus. So I looked at Toml, but yeah, it has issues. I'm like, Scheme is great. Scheme is wonderful. Long live Scheme. Ah, shit. No. No. What the hell? Oops, can't type. Oh, why did it do that? Control Shift. Yeah, Control Shift. Oh, did I? Fuck. Hold on. So, of course, thanks for the raid, Tim. See you later, said Who 12. Yeah. So Windows 10 has virtual desktops, but their idea of virtual desktops is so bizarre. Like, you have 3 monitors. A virtual desktop is a continuation of all of the desktops across all the monitors. So if you switch, it switches every monitor. Which is weird. Like, wouldn't you want a virtual desktop per monitor? So anyway, I had to... Thanks, Cyanox. Yeah, I guess it is just... again, Linux and OS 10, most of them, the virtual desktops are per monitor by default, and then you can gang them if you want. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just not used to the rationale. Anyway, I found an application that will isolate virtual desktops per monitor. Seems to work okay, but yeah, I gotta figure out all the keyboard shortcuts that aren't going to be a problem. Let's do that. So I tried making one monitor sticky, but I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but it didn't seem to work right. Do you do that if you hit Window Tab? Do you make it sticky here? Oh, that's weird. Oh, right, because I changed it. Oh, it's per window. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to play with that, because that was my first concern. I'm like, well, if I can't get, like, things to stay on the monitor that I'm streaming from, that's going to suck. That is one other thing, too. It's minor, but in OS 10, you can reconfigure all of the operating system keyboard shortcuts. Like, nothing's hard-coded. But in Windows, that's not the case. Oh, it's under source. Yeah, I'll have to play around with trying to pin applications in certain windows. See if I can come up with a workflow that doesn't feel completely alien to me. Okay. That should build. Build. That looks good. Okie dokie. So let's just do a sanity check. So on Windows, I I'm compiling with two different compilers. I'm compiling with MSVC and with Clang through MinGW. So right now I'm building with MSVC. And one other thing to give Microsoft some props on, I'm pretty impressed in their work implementing C++20 in MSVC. They've actually made some really impressive improvements in their code generation. So, in fact, I would say they might generate the best output right now of all the three major C++ compilers. Now, I'm sure that can change over time, but yeah, I have to say I was kind of pleasantly surprised that MSVC is still horribly slow, but all right. Okay, nope, that's not going to work. I just need to include that, but so that should fix the include path. Maybe. No. Oh. No, that should be right. Oh, no. I remember. CMake. Thanks, Tim. Have a good one. Why isn't it picking this up? So that should be the config or the interface, right? Yeah. Why? Oh, that's why. Because I'm an idiot. I'm going to get a gold star. Yay. Gold star. Okay, so here we go. So now, did I implement GC? A garbage collector? For or have I ever implemented a garbage collector, or have I implemented one for? I have implemented garbage collectors, but my general statement would be that effective garbage collectors are very context specific. So I guess if I could give you more information, you'd have to kind of narrow it down to what environment, what language, you're trying to apply a garbage collector. Because a garbage collector for something like C or C++ is going to be very different than a garbage collector for something like Lua, or for Scheme or Lisp or Java. Conceptually, I mean, there's a common set of approaches. But again, the devil is definitely in the details there. So right. Yeah, so about towards the beginning of this year, I built a scheme compiler for a client, and it used a form of mark and sweep. If you want to see a really simple example of mark and sweep, this FE, you can see this on GitHub. Now, this is very, very simplistic, but I mean, it will give you some general idea of, I believe that's the right address. I typed that, so tell me if it's wrong. But it's pretty simple, right? Now, where it starts to get complicated is conservative versus not conservative. What are the boundaries of your garbage collection? Does it include, like, if you build a language like FE is a small embeddable scheme that's meant to be embedded in C or C++ code. So you have to decide, like, does the garbage collector know about host things or not? And if it does, then you have to provide a way to tell the garbage collector about externally generated things that are outside of the control of the main runtime. So as an example, in like a scheme like this, you might create a native C function that does something, right? That implements some function that you can call from within a script. Like you can see as an example, he has, his API is pretty simple, but he has a cons, right? So what does cons do? So the runtime, when it encounters an application of cons in the scheme context, it will look this up in the environment map and it will invoke this C function. And then this C function knows that it's getting certain parameters and then it does things. Well, what if this had to allocate an object or had to create new things that were temporary? Obviously, in this case, he was very careful in how he built this, such that the garbage collector could kind of work independently of native code. But depending on how complicated you want to get, that's something you have to consider. But again, as a very simple example of where to start, this isn't too bad. The bomb garbage collector, if you really want to get serious, and you don't want to write your own, bomb, not sure how to properly pronounce that. I mean, this is probably the best. In terms of a conservative GC. That's not to say it's the most performant, but as a starting place, that's more full-featured. And it's battle tested. It's been through the mud. What does this do? So, not a pointer. But it's opaque. Can't do it that way. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's right. I remember now. He lets you allocate everything. Right. So the way he does this is kind of clever. Very old school. The context has a header, and then the objects of the scheme heap just follow immediately after it. So we pass in an allocated chunk. At the header, he clears out for his context, sets a local pointer to that, and then takes the size of the struct out, the header struct. That's how much free space we have left. And then he sets the pointer to the object array to just after the end, gets a count, sets up the lists, goes through and marks all the objects, right? So this is where the garbage collector, where he's telling the garbage collector, hey, these are free, these are available, and then points the next pointer in the free list to the next object. And then creates a symbol for true. Puts that in the dictionary, in the environment, whatever name you want to use there. So what does save GC do? Returns the current index. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, this returns the index. So then he's looping over where's Pmax. Oh, last. Okay. So yeah, I see what he's doing here. Okay. So what this is doing is it's looping over the primitives that are built in the virtual machine and it's creating scheme objects for those, and it's associating them to a symbol, which is the string name for that primitive. And this kind of gives you an example how he's doing it to sort of protect things that are in motion. He's got a stack, a GC stack, where he can put pointers to say, hey, these are temporary. Yeah, okay. And then, let's see. So we open it, close it. Right, all right, good. So then here, close it. This, I bet, just returns that. Yeah, just returns that pointer. All right, we may have to tweak that. I hate squigglies. There's lots of spelling. I see. Okay. Hey, Jay Louise. How's it going? So we'll just take one of his sample scripts. And then buff. Okay, so this will... Yeah, is that going to give me what I want, though? Not really. So we go back to his command line thing here. Okay. Pretty simple. So we allocate our heap. We open up the context. We get the current GC index. This is our source code for our test here. We have to, his API is expecting a file pointer, so we have to do an fmem open, which this is actually a stub on Windows that I wrote that sort of emulates it. So this should be non-null. When we're all done, we're going to close the file. So typically in schemes, Lisps and schemes, you have a reader, you have an evaluator. So this is going to read the source file, and it's going to create, this is going to create a bunch of as expressions in the heap, and it's going to return back an object that points at the last thing that was read, right? Which would be this application, right? So this is a procedure. It's the first symbol inside of a list. So the scheme Lisp model is that we're going to try to look up that procedure in the environment and invoke it. In Lisp scheme terms, apply it. And then, of course, that happens recursively. So object here should be a console where the car is the symbol print and the getter is another cons that has its car as fib and its getter as a number of 28. So then object here obviously should not be null. So then we evaluate it. So what that's going to do is actually call this. It's going to invoke this line, which then in turn would invoke fib here. And then the result of that is going to get written to standard out. We're going to change. I'm going to change some of this, but just to kind of do the initial test. Uh-oh. What? Okay. Okay, at least that's consistent. Oh, no. Yeah, wait. Yeah. All right. I'm going to have to put that in the header. I just, silly me, assumed it would be in there. Okay. So now we can deboogerate it. All right. So we got a pointer to our memories. There's our stack. There we go. So now it's all initialized. So we can have 16,250 scheme objects. Oh, and that is one thing about this particular scheme. It's a fixed size heap. Because it's meant for really small stuff like config files. So the idea is, you pre-size it to what you need. And it makes it easier. All right, so now we should have a file. And we're going to read. So now we should have an object. So if I'm right, the car here should be a symbol that is print. I'd have to look at his. Let's look at his header here. Or no, it's probably in the, yeah. So an object is a car and a ketter. Sorry, Todd Hockney. So I am working on a project called Base Code, which is a compiler for a programming language that only exists in my dreams. Specifically, right now, I'm kind of picking up where I left off 5 months ago. I said earlier, yeah, I looked at a couple different libraries for doing config files and such, and I just kind of decided that having a really compact, memory efficient scheme would be pretty helpful. So I found this one on GitHub, and it fits the bill. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of making sure that I've got it integrated properly, that, you know, it's building right, I can use it, it does what I expected it to do. And then when that's done, you know, I'll continue making changes to some of the library to start pulling all that in. So, and then using it. So, and since I've never used this library before, usually when I haven't used something before, I'll create a little test program for it. Oh, interesting. I see. That's kind of inefficient. If he's encoding character data the way I think he is, that's kind of weird. But I guess it makes sense. Right, so this is applying the procedure. Oh, that's weird. Let's do this. Make it stand out. Yeah, okay. So it's printing nil, which I guess makes sense. Print probably returns nil. But where's the result of calling fib? Oh, I wonder. put a breakpoint there. Oh, so we're never getting there. Okay. It's not calling that either. Okay. So coming to read. Right, open paren. Let's do this. Let's write out what the reader is getting. Okay. Ah, interesting. Oh, okay. Huh. Right. Okay. So the reader is reading up to here. Doesn't look like he has a begin. But he has do. I'm not sure what do does. Do list. Okay, so that's kind of like begin, I guess. Okay, so that should all be seen as one unit now. Yeah, there you go. Good deal. Yeah, so now it sees that's all one expression. There's the result. This printed, there's the result object, which is nil, which is all good. And so what we should do is set result there, and then we can print result. Take out our debug stuff. And so actually what we want to do is the result of the result of this expression is result. So actually, no. Does he have let? I think he does. Yeah, he has let. Okay. So there we go. That's more schemy. So the return object should be a number type. Oh, okay, FE type. Right. All right, so require FE type object equal okay, and then that makes a number. Okay, so it's a float. Okay, yeah. So let's see if that works. Uh-oh. How did he do his? Oh. Maybe it doesn't support assignment. No, it does. Oh, okay. It's just, there's no parentheses. Okay, so you can't do like a list. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's not really a scope. So it's kind of like define would be. And I bet there really isn't any difference between let and equal. I'd have to look at the code, but I bet they're equivalent. Yeah. Okay, so huzzah. I'm super lazy. Just to get an idea. Order of magnitude time here. Yeah, so it's slow. Which is, not surprising. I don't know if that's 100% fair, because I'm including the initialization time, which is going to happen once at startup. Still a little slow. Okay, so I'm not going to worry because I want to test this in Linux. We'll see what it looks like there too. Plus, yeah, I'm doing a fib28, which is kind of stupid. I mean, it's a recursive algorithm. It's going to be kind of time consuming. Yeah, let's do 55. That's better. Yeah. So it's, if we change this to just let this, because we're going to do config stuff, right? I mean, that's what this is. I want to use this for. It's not going to be running any code that's doing heavy processing. So this is actually far more indicative of how I'm going to use it. Yeah, that's better. I mean, it's still costly compared to other things that are, being tested, but that's tolerable. For a config thing, I'm okay with that. Okay, so let's test this with, so that's with MSVC, and so now let's test it with Mingy W64 and Clang. Just make sure we're in the same order. So that looks okay. All right, so now, what do I want to do? And I hate to edit the external header, so I'll just have to make a note to myself. Okay, so let's yeah, that looks about right. So here's our test file. This is all the library. This is for libcore. So I'm compiling the scheme interpreter into libcore, making sure that the header is in the path for that target. And then I've got the new config test, which we're going to evolve, but this is like the starting point. So I'm going to okay, so now let's load up Ubuntu. restart. Give me the new stuff. Release the Krakens. Come on, Ubuntu. Patch yourself up. Make it all good. Don't tell me I need to reboot. That's a Windows thing. Oh my goodness. It's a total fail by the Ubuntus. Complete total failure. And then for some reason, I don't know why, VMware doesn't, if you reboot it, it doesn't restore the display properly. I mean, it's easy enough to work around, but it's kind of weird. Hey, C8F 1F488. LLVM 1_2. Uh-oh. Jasper. So I decided to try Linux Brew, since I was using Homebrew on OS 10, and like, you know, it works, but it's a little rough. Okay. They've been reorganizing all of the X11 packages. That's kind of been messy. Not too bad. See, this is the day in the life of a programmer. Like, people should have to sit through a 12-hour day of this kind of stuff. Okay. Oh, There we go. Okay. Now here's the thing that's just amazing to me. Okay. And this goes to show you design, the right design counts for a lot. So keep in mind that Sea Lion is running in Windows here. Windows is the host operating system on the hardware. If I run CMake, watch how slow it is on Windows. Like, it chugs. This is the file system. NTFS is a piece of shit. That's why it's that slow. Because I can't really narrow it down to anything else. So now, if we go to Ubuntu, this is a virtual machine, right? So the Windows host operating system is running all this other stuff. It's running Ubuntu virtualized. And if I run CMake, look at how fast that is. I mean, it's nuts. It's bonkers. And then likewise, just for comparison, we'll go to C Line in Windows. I'm going to run the unit tests. And you can actually see, so I'm actually running it through the debugger. But you can actually see the counter, like, counting up as it's running. 464 milliseconds for all the tests. Okay. So now we're going to go to the virtual machine and do the same thing. Boom. 137 milliseconds. That's kind of nuts, right? I mean, this is running in a virtual machine. Now, granted, like, modern virtual machines, this is getting access to the CPU, right? Like, this is not the only interpretation here, if you wanted to call it that. I would even just call it like muxing, is for physical hardware, right? But even still, like, it has to go through that muxing layer to get to the disk, to get to all these things, and it's still faster. I mean, it's just, yeah. Fun stuff. All right, yeah, so under Linux, hey, we're still in the same order, but it's about 600 microseconds faster, which is fine. Again, for what I'm going to use it for, I think that's good. Okay, so I'm just going to leave the virtual machine running, because it doesn't really seem to impact anything. And I'm driving in Windows right now just because Windows is more picky about some of this stuff. So if I'm going to run across some kind of platform compatibility that I have to deal with, I'm going to hit it first in Windows before I hit it in any kind of nicks, right? So that's why I'm focusing on Windows first, just to kind of flush those issues out ahead of time. I am going to take a short break. When I come back, we shall continue. So hang tight, and I will be back. Hopefully, this works. I return. Okay. Danke. Okay. Let the magic continue. Oh. Well, I ranted for almost 2 hours. So and then I started coding about, I guess, an hour and a half ago. So I got a micro scheme integrated in for config files and tested like the absolute basics on Windows and Ubuntu, so that looks good. It'll be on YouTube, so all right, what was I going to do? I remembered something when I was looking at ye here makefile. Let's see makefile. Oh no, it was the root one. Yeah, okay. So I use DynCall and its companion library DynLoad for FFI type stuff, and what it does is it gives you an abstraction of a stack machine, a very simple stack machine, where you can push arguments onto the stack and call a procedure that you dynamically discover. And the library works great. Very simple. It has an assembly trampoline for a bunch of different ISAs, and but it uses malloc internally, and so on OS 10, what I was doing was just redefining malloc and free to be dynalloc and dynfree, and then I have a module dynalloc which exports dynfree and dynalloc, and under OS 10 and I think Linux, this works fine. On Windows, I want to say this was failing. So when I was in here earlier, I saw it was commented and I remembered, I think that's broke. So we'll take a look at that real quick. This is either going to be a really obvious and easy thing to fix, or I'm going to scratch my head for a while. I guess I switched to the dark theme in Sea Lion because everybody asked me why I wasn't using it. So I gave up and I just switched to it. The font is probably different. I'm using Pro Font as the main text editor font. And yeah, I'm using the Vim plugin, which all in all is pretty good. I need to, so Sea Lion uses I think it's .idea vimrc or something. So it uses a slightly different file. And I put one in my Linux virtual machine. But I have not, or I thought I did. Yeah, no, I did. So yeah, I really should put that here too. I think it's going to be looking in the Windows. Yeah, I think it's just a common. Okay. My God, my short-term memory is atrocious. .idea vimrc. Of course, I should probably check IntelliJ Vim, because sometimes on Windows they name the files different because Windows. Doesn't say anything specific about oh, okay, they're using the JVM. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. That should be good. Okay, so I think I could just do that. Well, didn't air out, so okay, that's fixed. Oh, yeah, also, I'm passing a bad flag to MASM. So let's look at that too. Hey, Tinspin. I have done game dev. Sweet. Love the Raspberry. Neat little platform. How's the heat management, the thermal management on the 4? Do you find it handles heavy load okay? Oh, you got heat sinks. Okay. Are they the fan or what variation did you get? Like tail fin or an actual fan? Ah, thank you. Silent. Ooh, nice. Oh, sweet. Oh yeah, perfect. That's huge though. Look at that thing. Oh yeah, that's some thermal dissipation right there. Oh, that's awesome. What keyboard is that? I asked because it looks like it's older, so I'm just curious. Ah. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, so one thing that I've noticed that's very funky about CMake is, so they have this concept of generator expressions. This is a generator expression. It looks like a dog barfed up, but it's a neat idea. The problem is it doesn't it doesn't always work where you think it should. Or at least it doesn't seem to. Like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's very bizarre. So if not in 32, okay, so that should fix the bad flag going to MASM, because heaven knows MASM is a whiny little bitch. Why hasn't anyone made a CWM? You mean like a VM? I'm guessing that's what you meant. Without pointers and with manual GC. Well, actually, there are some C interpreters, but they're not really mainstream. Use Rust. Okay, so good. Okay, so the bad flag to MASM is gone. Now, this uh-oh. Oh no, man. You didn't do that. Now we're gonna have a flame war. I'm just kidding. I know you guys are well behaved. I just think it's funny, you know. Oh, Tinspin. You know, one of the more popular C-ish VMs? Quake C. They, id used LCC. They modified LCC to generate their own bytecode. Yeah. Now, I say C-ish because Quake C, if I remember correctly, has quite a few limitations. Oh, I gotta read this quote. It's a Martin Fowler quote. While I'm on the topic of concurrency, I should mention my far too brief chat with Doug Lee. For those not familiar, Doug Lee is extremely well known for DL Malik. DL standing for Doug Lee, which I happen to use. DL Malik is the bomb. Continuing, he commented that multi-threaded Java these days far outperforms C due to the memory management and a garbage collector. If I recall correctly, he said, only 12 times faster than C means you haven't started optimizing. I would be curious to know what Doug actually said there. Like, the context of the conversation, to me, is missing. I mean, I'm not saying Doug didn't say that. I'm just saying, I wonder if there were qualifying statements around it. And yeah, the other aspect of things like that, and since this is coming from Fowler, I have to kind of go down this mental gymnastics. While it may be true in sort of happy path scenarios where something like Java, although Java uses native threading today, and in 2005, I think 2005, we would have been like Java 1.45, or maybe it was a little bit further along than that, but I think they dropped green threads pretty quickly. Yeah, I always, you have to be careful with those kind of statements because, again, the devil is always in the details. Many, quote, this is from Travis Downs, many lock-free structures offer atomic-free read paths, notably concurrent containers and garbage-collected languages such as concurrent hashmap in Java. Dear God. Languages without garbage collection have fewer straightforward options, mostly because safe memory reclamation is a hard problem. See, it is a hard problem. Just like if you watch The Do play guitar, or you watch Tina S shred, Through the Fire and Flames, and you think they make it look so easy. What I find interesting about software is if you were to watch a musician, a really talented musician, people would say, God, I wish I could play like that. But they wouldn't expect that in any way the reality of music would be dumbed down such that they could. Now, like, obviously, if somebody invented the Matrix thing where you plug in and you can just download skills, different world. but we're not there, right? So if you want to play like whoever's playing the guitar in this sound right now, Jesus, and they're probably just a studio musician, right? It's a skill, and it takes an enormous amount of time to get good at it. And nobody's expectation is out of line with that reality. But in software, you get people that say shit like this. Well, of course it's fucking hard, right? That's just the reality of the problem. But there are people who are skilled who know how to do it. So really, when I read things like this, I feel like there's a leading paragraph that's missing, right? That's basically this disclaimer that, well, what I'm really trying to say is we don't want super skilled programmers. And if that were the case, then this is the way you ought to do it, right? Because magic. And I'm really over as a species and as just the worldwide modern culture of, we want magic for stuff that, yeah. And look, it's really simple to connect the dots and say, well, obviously the motivation here is consumers of software development resources that do not want to pay for it, right? Not only do they not want to pay for it, but I swear there's like personal animus there. And when I say personal, I mean kind of plural of all engineers, right? Like the decision has been made that we are not going to allow any damn nerds to raise to the level of recognition for their skill to the extent that we would then depend upon them, right? Instead, it's, no, we should somehow take this reality and ignore it and somehow try to find ways to paper around it. Look, all I can say is this. If you have ever worked on a game that's written in Unity, and it is suffering from garbage collection pauses, you know what a nightmare that can be. And it is not deterministic, right? And so all of a sudden it's not a problem, and then it is a problem. And then when it is a problem, you don't have the ability to solve the problem. And that's scary. Right. Yes, there are ways to work around the problem, but I've seen some really, really bad code bases that, let's just say, when you look at it, you're like, oh, fuck my life. This is going to take forever. That's all I gotta say about that. All right, what is this stupid error? All right, so that's what MSVC does. Does Clang do the same shit? No. Clang does not do the same shit. So Clang under MinGW is totally cool with that solution. And interestingly enough, that shaved like 100 milliseconds off the runtime, which is not surprising. That's why I like using that allocator. All right, MSVC, what the hell is your issue? It's interesting because I'm using the LLVM linker in both cases. So it's not the linker is throwing the error, but it's throwing the error because the compiler is doing something. That's hilarious, Everx. I love it. Maybe that's why MSVC is so slow. So what is MSVC doing? And why does it think it's decal spec DLL import? No. You don't. Okay. So Tinspin. First off, let's walk through the logic here. Okay. Java and this gets complicated, but let's just simplify it, like what you're saying here, and let's assume that Java is purely interpreted, okay, which is not the case. It's JITted. But let's just pretend it's interpreted, okay? And as you point out, the Java virtual machine is written in C or C++ or a combination of both. So, now, your contention is that Java has data structures that live in a heap that's a runtime heap, and the combination of the fact that these Java objects live in a heap that's managed, and perhaps the data structures themselves, that this represents a complex memory model. Okay, whatever, fair enough. I'll grant that. And that the fact that it is interpreted in a virtual machine is somehow extra enabling as multi-threading is concerned, right? But if you've ever implemented a virtual machine, an interpreter, you know that that can't be the case, because at the end of the day, what is that virtual machine? What is that interpreter? There is a function in C that either is a huge switch, okay, on each instruction, or it's a dispatch table and it's jumping to some block of code. Doesn't matter. That's an implementation detail. And the behavior of those instructions are written in C. So right there, you're going through extra effort in the end to run the same C code. Now, look, sometimes interpreting things is worthwhile because there's a level of dynamicism and late binding that you can get that ahead of time compilation doesn't necessarily allow you. Also, it lets you hook things for debugging or simulation or things of that nature. But at the end of the day, that's C operating on memory using the C model, right? It doesn't matter that you had some higher level thing that got translated into bytecode and that eventually got run. What is running is data structures in C that understand how those things are interrelated. I mean, I don't get it. And if you throw in just-in-time compilation, it really throws your argument out of the window, because then it's all being converted to machine code. I mean, if you can do it as CPU instructions, then none of that matters, right? So draconian, free, or nanny state concurrency ideologies in Java, C#, C, C++, Go, and Rust. We need concurrency. Classical concurrency. Shared data, signals, locks, monitors. Sure. Yep. Beautiful. Yeah, okay. So Java and C# have representations of mutexes, semifores, condition variables, Yep, totally agree. Right. Okay. So right here, it says there is no lack of power. Right. So fundamentally, this article that you posted the link to said there's no lack of power here. And here, bing, is the money quote. However, due to the fact that companies are cheap asses and don't want to hire talented people, there aren't many people who can use these. Right. Okay. So that it's not a technology thing. This is a different argument, right? This is, I want to hire 100 people and I do not want to have to teach them how to do high performance concurrency in C or C++. That's a different thing than saying somehow fundamentally these other languages have some technology. I can write lock-free concurrency in C. Like there's nothing special there. The skill required to do so is perhaps, well, no, not perhaps. The skill required to do so is higher than these other languages. But you pay a price. I weep. Why is it doing this? Oh, I see. Cut and paste there. I was wondering where that stuff came from. I'm like, uh-oh. Are people getting booted? Why? Why? I don't understand. No, I don't think so. Ah, yeah. A file created with this option may not run as expected. The linker will not link incrementally when force option is specified. Huh. So it's a linker flag. Hmm. I mean, here's just a really if you did have a better approach for that, like, why would you tell people about it? Like, if you can build massively scalable online systems in a language like Java and do it so much easier, and it's, what did he say, 12 times better? Why would you tell anybody that? That's like actual competitive advantage. Uh, oh my God. Oh, I hope that's not really the case. People are actually recompiling the MSVCRT. That sucks. Why, Windows? Why? Excuse me. Electrons like to be copied, huh? Huh. I wonder if it's being stripped. Huh. Why? Why is it in there twice? That seems like it might be a problem. Oh, I wonder, is it that stupid? I'm gonna cry if this is the case. No. See you later, Synox. Okay. I feel really dumb. All right, let's see if redefining that library's macro will. I'm not sure why I was directly redefining malloc and free, probably because I was just lazy. One of my downfalls. All right, what do we have here? Implicit declaration of dying tree is invalid. I think that's why I was doing it. Because the compiler malloc and free are treated specially. They're special. Yeah, I am on wind blows. Can't say I'm loving it, but it's okay. It's where all the happening shit is. You want to make games? You better be on the blows. Yeah, so even though it compiled... Oh, that's probably the reason why I did it. Because they don't follow their own... They don't use their macro everywhere. I just have to ask why. Why Microsoft? Right. Build. So of course. I'm gonna like mistype shit 100 times in this. Come back to me, DOS. so much crap. Switch of editors. Okay. Huh. That little fucker. It's renaming it. Of course. Why would you not rename it? Well, okay. I guess that's the answer. What do they call it? Holy cow. I need magic. Here I am talking about magic. I need under impul. God, that's ugly. Oh, bastards. No, but it didn't. It's weird. It should have. Oh, duh. I'm so stupid. No. No, because the linker's renaming it. Yeah. Never mind. Well, oh no. Okay. I'll get this. I will. Okay, so if it's Microsoft, then the librarian linker rename base in a magic way. But if it's not MSVC, then like the rest of the world, it works correctly. I psyched myself out. I thought I only had to do it on one side, but that's not true. Maybe. I don't know. No. This is so confusing. Hi, I'm Jeff. I work at a FANG company and I make millions of dollars a day. Let's do a day in the life of a programmer. Okay. Oh, maybe. I am special. I'm gonna get my gold star. People who just randomly like visit my channel and see me doing dumb shit. No, of course not. Why would it? See, I was assuming that maybe it was a double underscore, but that one of those underscores was the standard C underscore. But now I'm wondering if no, it's actually double. I don't know. It is shit like this that, like, it truly, really doesn't need to be this painful. No. IMP underscore, right, because this is the standard C underscore. This is explicit. Yeah, it's undefined. Well, okay, wait a minute. Maybe there's a subtle CMake issue at play here. So in the library. Let's take that. Hey, Phil. Oh, sorry. I just turned that down. I can't hear the alerts. So I cut the volume in half. Let me know if you think it needs to be more than that. Okay. Yeah, see, I think... Oh, no. Front end work. Hey, Albie407. I wish YouTube would normalize the volume of stuff. It would make my life easier. Get on that, YouTube. You're not doing anything else. Yep, I am wading back into base code. The next frontier. Rust seg faults. Oh, I don't know why. It took me a second to really appreciate that. Perhaps it's not meant in an ironic way, but that makes me chuckle. Oh. Yeah, audio in Windows is, well, audio in general is a pain in the ass. I would not go so far as to say that OS 10 did a great job with it, but it is definitely much more painful in Windows. Here's what I think we should do. Anytime a politician self-deals and screws over their constituents, they should be forced to work in an open office with at least 500 other people, 10% of whom cannot shower. No, 15% of whom cannot shower on any given day, 8% of whom have to microwave extremely pungent lunch, seafood, what have you. And their work would consist of doing nothing but fixing CMake issues for 15 hours a day. Yeah, the font is called Profont, and you can get it. There's a GitHub repository for Powerline fonts. They have a whole bunch of Powerline edited fonts. Okay. I wonder if that was the issue. No. I'm going to feel relieved and depressed at the same time when I finally figure this out. See, this is the shit that, like, I should write a book. How to actually fucking use CMake. Which I don't know, but I would torture myself to figure it out. And then in the preface of the book, I would tell the reader that it is a torture device. No. Uh-oh. You guys still hear me? Okay. Thought I lost my audio. That would suck. I mean, it's there. That's why I had that, yeah, because the default linker that gets installed with Clang under Minji W64 is horrifically slow. That's why I had that conditional in there. I keep doing that. That was one of those keyboard shortcuts that Windows hard codes, Control Shift Escape, brings up Task Manager. You can't redefine it. Or if you can, it's like some registry hack. Yeah, it's like so much faster. That's crazy. Okay. I am so confused. Why? What's weird is, excuse me, it does rename the symbol. I'm not the only one that notices this. Interesting. Okay. So I found a spell incantation on the interwebs that says link.exe is seeing these as DLL. I'm not sure why though. Yes. Oh, there's something in the dying call CMake that's funky. Right, okay. So it creates a static library. I mean, that's like super simple. So I'm trolling through the list of MSVC linker options. You're welcome, Phil. See you tomorrow. Not helpful. So I think what's happening I don't know, is that when I redefine the macros that dyn call and dyn load use, right? So if I define these macros, then it compiles and links, but it complains because it doesn't know what the prototype of that function is. And the problem is that implicit functions in C are, I believe, int, right? Int return type, int parameter, I think. I could be wrong on that, but it's not right. But if I redefine malloc and free, somehow, because those are magic symbols, the compiler isn't whining because, well, I'm not sure though, because but the same, it ends up kind of in a similar situation because these don't have a prototype. The linker punts and thinks that it's in a DLL somewhere, and it's basically writing the symbols into the library in such a way that it's like, hey, this is somewhere else. You'll have to get the definition whenever that DLL or its import library becomes available. As where it seems that GCC and Clang, by convention, if you redefine the symbol malloc and free, they pun whatever you've redefined them as to be the same as malloc and free in terms of their prototype. Hey, Roxtanro. Oh, thank you. I hope everything's going well for you too. Oh, wrong compiler. You see, what's interesting is, like, CMake's doing the right thing. It's building the core lib, then it's linking dyn call, because dyn call needs to get the should be getting the symbol from Corelib. So one way, maybe, I could cheat here. Just to see if this is in fact the issue. Oh, partially that's probably because if I don't exactly face the microphone, it doesn't pick me up. This is a unidirectional mic. I had to order a right angle pivot for this. I haven't gotten it yet. So sometimes if I'm talking away from the microphone, it doesn't get all the sound. So I try to keep it in mind, but hopefully I get that part here toward the end of this week. That's probably not going to work though. Okay, so this is just a hack. Okay, so that's just the library. So let's go here and redump. Now, it still sees it as external. Yeah, it's boy. That is so bizarre. Okay, so it's not what I thought. Do I think C++20 will change anything in the industry? It's hard to say. Probably not. Modules are realistically, it's probably going to be sometime in 2021 that all of the compilers will fully land. Module support in the compiler, I highly doubt, like standard lib, or the STL, sorry, will be modularized at the same time. Like the last I checked, Clang, the compiler fully supports concepts, but Clang does not have, LLVM does not have any of the concept libraries. Now, that's not a huge problem. I just rolled my own because the documentation actually pretty much shows you how they're supposed to work. But it gives you an idea that like the feature itself can land in the compiler, and then it can be a good time later before libraries are actually brought up to speed. And with that said, modules also are, the last I checked, CMake does not support them natively. I mean, other build tools like Make, it probably doesn't matter as much. But yeah, the build tools are not, I think it's fair to say the build tools are not aware of modules, and it's non-trivial, because I have a couple of issues that I follow in the CMake repository on GitHub, and like to correctly support dependency management with modules it's harder than you would think, right? It's not just a simple passing of flags. That's part of it, but you also, like, they have to either parse source files, or the compilers themselves have to be invoked passing in source files, and with certain options, so that the compiler can come back and say, oh, okay, yeah, these are all the modules they depend on. It's dicey. So realistically, I'm going to wager that if we're very lucky, by May of 2021, there will be some primordial support for building modules properly. Or it could be longer, who knows, for a variety of other reasons. And while modules are seemingly a move in the right direction, they're extremely verbose, and so I'm not sure how quickly that particular feature is going to get taken up in broader projects. And you got to remember that, like, I'm on the bleeding edge. I'm using C++ 20 here, such as it is supported. And I've got some concepts in here. I'm not using modules. It's not worth it yet. But like most C++ projects, if they require C++ 17, like, they're really pushing it. A lot of C++ projects out there are kind of targeting C++ 11 or 14. I mean, that's kind of how far behind a lot of this stuff is. A large part of that has to do with the tool chains that Linux distributions, although not exclusively Linux, FreeBSD would be in here too. Which tool chains are officially being deployed, and they're like way behind. So then maintainers are reluctant to push that boundary forward too fast, because it breaks stuff. And so realistically, I would say I don't think C++ 20 is going to have, like, it'll just start having impact when the next one lands. Whenever that is, 2023, whatever. And unfortunately, concepts were gutted pretty heavily, which is a huge shame, because if they had kept concept maps, that could have been a major game changer for C++. But they got rid of it, and really, concepts are a cleaner way to do Spine A, is ultimately what they became. They're just syntactically and conceptually easier to work with than classical Spine A type approaches in C++, for template resolution. But I don't know. Exploits, concept maps weren't at a risk of anything like that. I mean, concept maps stop short of, like true compile time, arbitrary compile time code execution, but they were a step in that direction, in a limited sort of way, right? You couldn't execute arbitrary code, but you could map one implementation to another implementation seamlessly. And again, that could have been a very big feature, but yeah, they killed it. So, coroutines and I don't even know what else is in 20. That stuff, I mean, again, most of it's okay. It's nice to have. None of that stuff's really gonna, I don't think, make a huge difference. People who needed coroutines found a solution a long time ago. And realistically, probably a solution that it is better, right, for their particular use case. So yeah, it's incremental, and it's getting better slightly, but at this point, I think the next big gulf for C++, and I know there are people on the committee who want to do this. I don't think the opinion is universally held. But what is holding C++ back now is its backwards compatibility with C. Because there's a limit to what you can do with the fundamentals of the language if you have to be C as well, right? And so yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the standards committee actually sort of prioritizes for 23 or whatever it's going to be. I know that Herb Sutter has been pushing meta classes, which is essentially compile time, arbitrary compile time code execution. I'm going to be really surprised if that goes anywhere. So, yeah. Would I prefer to see them push towards higher security in compiled binaries or better support? Man. So I know I think John Blow and Casey have sort of ranted about this, and like on one level they're right, on another level it's not quite as easy to achieve because of all the shit we've piled on top of ourselves. But I look at security two ways. One way is the easy way. One way is the hard way. We currently do everything the hard way. And the historical motivators for why things work the way they work right now are no longer applicable. Most of them were Disk space was limited, expensive. At one point, shared libraries had implications for memory management. When memory was not plentiful and expensive. And that's by and large no longer the case. So the easy way to eliminate a large swath of security issues is to eliminate shared objects, to eliminate shared libraries, dynamic linking. At least at a system level, right? And this is one of the reasons why, like in the Linux and BSD distros and everything, things get held back because everything's a shared library. And once you've tangled that spider web of dependencies, you can't easily break out of it. So if you imagine if things like Clang and GCC and Make and all these tools that we use were all statically linked, none of them shared code at the binary level. Well, you've gained something very important. One, now all these tools are peers in terms of their binary state, right? If we need to upgrade something dramatically, we can do it. It's no longer a situation of, but we depend on this, which depends on these, which depend, and now we're stuck. And we have to wait for years and years and years for changes to percolate through all these different projects and for them to deal with all their dependency issues. If there's one thing I feel I've learned in my programming career is dependencies are evil. And at any point that you can eliminate dependencies or control the lifespan or the life cycle of dependencies. In other words, I have dependencies, but I choose them, I control them, I house them within my project, and when I produce my output, all of my dependencies become invisible to consumers. And that would be a great thing, because now you can depend on something that's 2 versions newer than me. We're good, right? Because we're not sharing the same thing anymore. And the extra disk space that it would use, the extra memory that it might use, I think those are minor issues in the grand scheme of things. But similar to, this is kind of like the Smalltalk problem, right? Or the Lisp problem. By the time Smalltalk came around, the industry had kind of converged on the concept of files. And files were either raw bytes or they were text. And those were the rules. And along comes something like Smalltalk that is its own isolated environment, and it's a black box. And it doesn't play nice with the Unix way, right? Because it's not file-based, it's image-based. The image is a file, but it's not decomposable. And that significantly hurt Smalltalk's reputation and its ability to gain mindshare. because sysadmins would immediately see that they couldn't do anything with it, and oh, no, I don't want that, right? And I mean, and there are pragmatic arguments to be made that it's not even so much that it was ahead of its time. It should have, it missed a cutoff, right? Like, by the time it came around, decisions had been made that were difficult to roll back. And I mean, this is why, on some level, like mainframe and AS400 and other mid-range type systems like HP Nonstop and Tandem they have different system administrator groups, not only because they're different things and it is a different skill set, but also because like they are two truly different worlds, and it requires actual explicit conversion and interfacing to move between them. To some extent, those things have gotten a little bit better over the years, but it's still not seamless, right? So, so the problem we have now with security is one tiny library could be broken, and it could be a trivial library like loading a PNG or loading a JPEG or something. But because 5,000 other packages dynamically linked to that, you're stuck, right? And it makes fixing those issues so much more difficult. And then I think the other side of all of this, and I know John Blow has talked about this in relation to Jay, and you know, whatever the state of Jay is, I think the idea has merit. Like, you know, it's already a Unix tradition to build from source. But then we build from source in a stupid way and we create other problems. And I think John's contention has been that if your compiler is fast enough, well, you can just build things as you need them, right? You don't have to, you know, all this tooling we have and all this complexity, it's all because of history. It's all legacy. Like a lot of the things that drove why Make works the way it works and why having dependency tracking between certain kinds of input files and certain kinds of output files are just artifacts of the way that compilers were built at a time when 64K was a lot of memory, and the notion that you could load the source code, you know, 1 million lines of source code and compile it all in one shot, it just wasn't going to happen. So, I mean, I really do think that a part of, not all of, but a large part of fixing security is evolution towards a more sane way in which software is packaged and distributed and built and, you know, all that. But again, those are huge boil the ocean type issues. So Strokes is Gen 2. And then here I am trying to figure out why, out of all the compilers, MSVC is the one that takes a shit on something this simple. It's so stupid, you know. Yeah. Flat pack. I know I read about this and dumped cash on it. I'm just reading about flat packs since I don't remember too much about them. Yeah, see, like, this right here immediately just screams to me as trouble, right? Because what it's showing is that there's some common runtime. This is no different than user lib, user bin, user local, right? This is just a repackaging of what we have. And okay, maybe you can namespace things easier with something like this. And maybe these work kind of like BSD jails more closely to something like that. And then we get into the whole sandboxing thing, because instead of like addressing the core issue, which is this, right? Now we're going to, oh, no, everybody's distrusted. Everybody's malicious by default. And so now we're going to create hurdles and pain for you to get to anything, which then just creates degenerate behavior because people are trying to work around the sandbox. And look, to me, things like this, let's look up Snap. Yeah, go away. So to me, this feels like Docker, right? I mean, this, and maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's like something totally sublime here that I'm not seeing, but and again, like, why would you design it this way? Well, because within the constraints of what we have now, you don't really have any other option. You have to have something like Docker. You have to have something like jails. You have to have something like these environment manager tools that push down, like Homebrew, right? They create a totally duplicate copy of file systems and nest them within the existing file system, and then it's all path magic, right? Because you can't fix the real problem, so you have to create bubbles within it to try to isolate yourself. But I would say the fundamental flaw in that approach is that the host, or the overarching, environment that is hosting these flat packs or these snaps, is flawed, right? So if that breaks, they all break, right? And so again, it's not really, I understand why people are motivated to do it that way. To me, I don't think it's really addressing the underlying issue. But with that said, no one's probably ever going to really, well, I take that back. What would have to happen, and what I would guess will happen at some point, I don't know when, just like MS-DOS begat Windows and OS2, and then eventually we got next, and then we got OS 10. We have Linux comes around. Eventually, someone is going to successfully reboot the idea of an operating system from the ground up, and they're going to address these issues. And when I say successfully, I don't mean just build it technically. I mean, it will gain market traction. It will gain use, because that's really the only way that it has any value. But again, like, when will that happen? Who would that be? My guess is it won't be anybody we think of as a player today. It's going to come from left field somewhere. Well, I mean, it very well could come from a corporate environment. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not going to come from any of the current corporate environment. But see, there's another aspect to all this, which I I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. So put your tinfoil hat on. And I don't think this is too tinfoily, but it's there a little. I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time, 3 decades, long enough, I think, to see patterns. And those patterns are hold on a sec here. I was getting a little bit of noise in the audio, so hopefully it's okay. Oh, here, you know what I'll do, because I'm not using this right now. So one of the patterns that I see is that there are the anointed solution, the anointed innovators, right? And those people, those organizations are different at different points in history, but there's commonalities across all of them, right? They're typically corporations, and IBM is a valid example, Oracle, Microsoft, at one point in time, Borland. There's lots of companies over the years. And when I was starting in software, the business model was you paid for everything. It was licensing. You wanted the latest C compiler, you paid for it. Some of them were cheaper than others. There were big breakthroughs like, Borland, Turbo Pascal, Turbo C++, that sort of made more powerful development tools available to the general public. If you take the prices of those tools in that era, and you adjust for inflation, they were still pretty expensive, but much less expensive than what companies were paying for the same thing. And so you think about it, if that's your business model, if you make compilers, you make tools, you make operating systems, you're just putting your MBA hat on for a second and bean counting it. There's really no point in doing it right. There's really no point in fixing problems, right? Because you're just shooting yourself in the foot. And this is why, ironically, so IBM is kind of a different case. They licensed things from day one, right? So it was a slightly different model. IBM wasn't in their mainframe, mid-range, higher-end businesses. Now, in some of the consumer stuff, it's different, but they companies that had a mainframe or had AS400s, they were either leasing that equipment or they were renting it. They were always paying for it. So it was a slightly different setup. But if you just look at the bottom line, for the majority of what we consider to be the personal computer boom, distributed computing, PCs everywhere, eventually the internet, these were launched by companies that were paid by the piece. They were paid, and they were only paid when they came out with a new piece, right? When they had some update or upgrade, and their job was to do the least amount of work and to hype to the extent that they possibly could how great that least amount of work was, so that people would give them another whatever, $1,000, $500, whatever it is. So there's never any good reason in that world to do the right thing or to fix the problem, right? Regardless of what benefits that could have to their company, to the world, right? Like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't enter into the equation. So, when I was working at a company in the early 90s, one of the founders of that company, he used to come by and talk to me. He was he was an interesting character. Nice guy, but eccentric. And I don't know, he always liked to talk to me because I was this young kid doing crazy things, and he thought it was neat. So, and one day he told me the story of, he's like, have you ever noticed that we're on a treadmill? And I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, we're on the treadmill, we start walking, and Microsoft says, hey, here's this version of this thing, and it's so cool, and it's going to solve these problems. And then you get it, and you start using it, and then before you know it, you're right back where you were, and they say, hey, we have this really cool thing, and it's going to do this, and you really need it. He's like, that's it. It's just this endless parade of whatever you have sucks. Whatever you have is now completely out of date. It sucks. It's no good. Here's this next thing. Pay us again. And if you think about it, This this applies today. It just applies in a slightly different, very weird way. So here's where the tinfoil comes in. I think when companies like Microsoft and probably to a lesser extent like Oracle and IBM, again, kind of a special case, so I wouldn't include them in this. When it was clear that open source was a thing and these guys got their heads out of their ass long enough to think about it for 5 minutes with clarity, they realized, wait a minute, these guys are stupid. You're telling me that they built a whole compiler for free and they didn't get anything for it? Some guy built a whole operating system, a clone of Unix for free? Oh, wait a minute. And then the gears start turning. Because you would think, right? You would think that with the advent of open source, that we would break free of that cycle, but we didn't. So then you have to ask yourself why. What happened? Because I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think your average software engineer is thrilled to be on the treadmill chasing after the next hotness every other month. But that's where we are. And here's the theory I have. The theory I have is that these companies, which started with maybe a company like Microsoft, but then became Apple, Google, Netflix, you name it, right? They saw a new way to exploit the market. No, we're not going to sell the software anymore. That's okay, because now we have people paying for infrastructure and all this other stuff and advertising and whatever. But these programmers, we need programmers. So, and they're getting expensive. So how do we slow that down? How do we tamp that, right? Well, the way you do that is you home the anointed innovators, right? So the anointed innovators used to be these companies, but now they've sort of very carefully, they're in the background, but they're not out front per se anymore. They have people on their staff that they contribute to open source projects. They run, organizations that manage these things. And then some of these companies appear altruistic, like Facebook. Oh, hey, here's this library. We created this thing called React. Why? Well, because we're an anointed innovator, and anything that we give you should be considered awesome. So, so what they did because the money shifted around, cool. But they still needed to have that control over the environment, right? They don't want programmers to break free, which is really ironic because like freedom is what free software was all supposed to be about. But I think Richard completely missed like a whole dimension of what was going on. And just narrowly focused on, exchanging documents, really, for all intents and purposes. So now what we have is we have each one of these anointed innovators doing their own thing. You get React, you get Vue, you get Angular, you get whatever, right? Like it just this stuff just kind of is nonstop. And the story or the mythology that gets created and spun around this is that this is good. This is awesome, right? Like just continuing to pump out stuff and every time we pump out one of these, we completely miss the solution. Like we completely don't solve it so that we can do it all over again. Right. And there's a reason for that. And it's extremely counterintuitive, I think. But if you've ever read the late David Graeber's Bullshit Jobs, there's a lot there that is accurate. And these companies they're writing a transformation that they know is going to, they have to have it unfold in a certain period of time. It can't happen too quickly. It has to happen over decades. Otherwise, you get some very unhappy people. It's like yesterday, there was a post on Hacker News. It was a Wall Street Journal article, I think, about how, because of the pandemic, people moved out of these expensive cities, and then these anointed innovator companies came along and said, okay, we're going to cut your pay. But the pay cuts they don't align with COLA, right? And so people are kind of like, what? Like the cost of living should have been this, but you cut way more than that. And I got to thinking about it, what if, here's just like totally wild ass idea. But what if all these companies in San Francisco and New York, basically the companies on the coasts, right? What if they were overpaying talent on purpose? Now, you might ask why? Why would you do that? Why would you overpay people? Well, because it creates a gold rush. It creates various financial but yet positive results for these companies. And you got to remember, all these companies, public companies or companies that are trying to go public or trying to be acquired, they're playing an attention game, right? They're playing a popularity contest. They need to hit all these little marks for their investors, and their investors are fickle, right? And so, but if it's public, if it's sensational, if it's creating a buzz, if it makes them look impressive, those are all positive things for them. And look, these companies knew full well that software developers could work remote, right? Years ago, they knew this. But that doesn't help them right now. It will help them in the future, but right now it doesn't. So it behooves them to create the carrot that all of these people who want to go to college and get STEM, and look, the companies lobbied politicians, the politicians pushed this for year after year after year, right? We need more STEM, we need more STEM, we need more STEM. And yet, if you go to any university and talk to faculty, they're like, oh God, no. Like, Jesus, we don't know. There's too many, right? But this is all part of the plan, right? How do you dampen the wages of a non-professional? And when I say professional here, I mean in the sense of a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant, where there is a professional organization that was formed and then through lobbying got legislative power at a certain level. And those professions are respected in a way that software engineers are not. And it's very fuzzy and it's difficult to nail down. But so you see this trend, right? You're some top executive at Google or Apple or Microsoft or wherever, and you go into these meetings, you have analysts coming in, and you have analysts from outside firms coming in, PwC and, Gartner and whoever else, and they're telling you, like, salaries are going up, the demand is going up, this is going to be your cost. So what do? Well, first, create the desire for people to want to be at one of these innovation centers, one of these anointed innovation places. How do you do that? Well, you have to make everybody else not a valid innovator, right? Now, that's not too difficult for companies like Google or Apple or Microsoft. They have tons of money. They have tons of resources at their disposal. So some clever marketing, some tweaking, and, the rest takes care of itself. Now, okay, the best and the brightest and everybody else, the cool stuff is happening at Google, right? The cool stuff is happening in Silicon Valley. And okay, so now you've created one part of the carrot has been put together. The second thing you do is you say, okay, we already know, I'm Google, I'm Microsoft, I'm Apple, I'm whoever. We already know that we only want to hire these people anyway, right? We want to hire somebody from a top 10 school. We want to hire a kid. We want to hire them before they have any commitments, any demands on their time outside of work. We don't want family obligations. We certainly don't want them to be at a point in their life where they're going to have health issues, or they're going to be looking to try to balance their life, not kill themselves anymore. So we already know we want these people, right? So let's do this. Let's start interviewing these people in a much more aggressive and constrained way. In fact, let's come up with an interview process that only really caters to two groups of people. recent graduates from the schools we want to hire from anyway, or people who have absolute, you know, perfect memory. And okay, they can game it, but that's okay. They have perfect memory. They probably be fine. And let's go one step further. Let's overpay them. Because what does that do? When you have basketball players or football players or recording artists or movie stars, what makes them that? If Shaquille O'Neal was paid 50 grand a year, or Michael Jordan were paid 100 grand a year to do what he did, I'm sure they would have fans, but they would not be famous. What makes them famous in our culture is that they got FU money. They got big bucks, right? That's what's attractive. That's what people want, because even if it's unconscious, people realize that that's freedom. That's what gets you out of that, right? So, okay, so let's overpay these guys, like way overpay them. Let's pay these guys 300 grand, 500 grand, 600 grand. Let's give them, signing bonuses and lots of stock options. And let's make sure that we plan plenty of stock buybacks and plenty of stock splits so that, some percentage of them will cash out. Not all of them, right? Some of them will be unlucky. The timing won't be right. That's okay. Doesn't have to be all of them. Some subset would be fine, because it creates the perception in the rest of the market that this is possible, that you can achieve this, but it's a scam. And one really good hint, I think, that something like this is true, is when Apple and Microsoft and Google and whoever else got caught backdoor dealing about salaries. These guys are all in this together, because it's for all their benefit to do this. So now, what has happened? Think about it. I never heard the word cargo cult in the 80s, in the 90s. I didn't hear cargo cult until like the mid 2000s. But yet the phenomena of cargo culting is way older than that, right? I never, ever heard of imposter syndrome until about 2008. And then all of a sudden, these things become memes, like almost overnight. But where did it come from? Why are people calling themselves imposters? What are you talking about? But this is all interrelated, right? So these companies knew full well that they would be copied because they're the anointed innovators. Oh, if we're doing this, if we're giving people, time drilled, on a whiteboard, no mistakes, tough algorithm questions. And then if you pass it, we're going to throw you some, left field here, do differential equations, find the, area under this curve. You have 5 minutes, right? They knew that everybody else would copy them. And they knew that this model would create a disparity in the programming culture, right? It would create this, here are the elite, here's everybody else. And now, why overpay? Well, because by overpaying, yes, they're making an investment, not in the people per se. They're investing in an image. And that investment kept them in the media. It kept them at the top of everything, right? Because they've got the best people. They've got the best this. They're the innovator of that. And whatever they say, that's what it should be. So, and that overpayment creates that the second part of that carrot. The first part was, this is where the real work is happening. The second part is, we're going to pay you a crazy amount of money, even more than cost of living should adjust for. And it worked. Now, it's my personal opinion. I can't prove this. I don't think they ever intended to do this for the long haul. And I don't think that 2020 was the year they were probably going to cut the cord. The pandemic happened. And yeah, sometimes things happen. It's out of your control, even if you are Google. So I think they all saw the reality, right? The bubble, the inside of that bubble burst out, right? These people who are overpaid. And look, you can't tell me that people who work at Google, work at Amazon, work at these companies, they've gone through these gauntlets, they've done these impossible things, and they think they're imposters. Why do they think they're imposters? Because they know it's bullshit. Now, again, maybe not consciously, maybe they don't sit there every day and I know exactly what's going on here. They have a feeling in their gut. Something isn't right here. I went through all this. I did all this crazy shit. And yeah, I got this incredible paycheck and I got this job at this company that everybody wants to work at. And the stuff I'm doing is retarded. The stuff I'm doing is like, somebody could do this part-time, right? Like I can't tell you the number of personal accounts I've seen from ex-FANG employees, engineers, that say they never did anything remotely complicated. They worked on CRUD apps. They worked on junk. And they know it, right? Again, these, what I'm saying here, these people are not dumb, right? They are good people. They are talented people. They are smart people. But they fell into a trap. And it's that trap, and realizing, again, perhaps unconsciously, why am I here? Why are they paying me what they're paying me? This doesn't make sense. Right? And then because everybody else cargo cults them, all of a sudden this insecurity becomes a meme. Now everybody has imposter syndrome. Now everybody has this anxiety, but they don't know where it's coming from. And when you do bullshit work and you know it, and you have any level of self-awareness, any ability to introspect, you are going to feel bad about yourself. I don't think I've ever met anybody who is intelligent, capable, and self-aware that doesn't feel like their skin is crawling doing bullshit work. It drives them insane. And because how would you get to that point by not being conscientious, by not being observant, by not, you know what I'm saying? Like these are all the characteristics that would not fit in that mold at all. So I think the jig is up, right? I think what's happened is the people inside this bubble saw what was happening in the pandemic, and good for them. They said, you know what? I already don't feel super comfortable. Like, I know my job is bullshit and I'm getting paid a lot of money. They could just decide one day, yeah, we really don't need you. And living in San Francisco, living in the Bay Area is hella expensive. Like insanely expensive. Or New York, right? I got to get out of here. I mean, it seems like this is a good time, right? So people push it. They move. And again, I say good for them, right? And then the companies sort of tipped their hand and said, oh yeah, well, sorry about that, but we were kind of overpaying you. Now, of course, they don't come out say it like that. But if you do the math, you look at the cuts that are going on, they're, like I said, they're not in alignment with COLA. And again, you just do a little logic experiment. If you hired a guy or a gal or a non-binary, and they happen to be in San Francisco at the time, and you offered them $650,000 and God knows what else, and then they decide to live in Kansas, what changed about them? Nothing. They're still the same person you hired. They're still writing code for you. They're still doing the same things. But now that they're not in the anointed location, now that they're not in the location that the majority of the population cannot afford to live in, and more importantly, the only people who could take the risk to live there are kids. Right? There's absolutely no way I could afford to live in the Bay Area, even with prices coming down. It's impossible, right? There's just no way. But if you're a 20-something and you're ambitious and you have energy and you haven't been chewed up and spit out a couple times by the beast, you don't know any better. And this is your ticket, right? This is what you do. So, okay, I'll pay $5,000 a month for a closet. It's just me. Yeah, I can't really quite lay down completely, but that's okay. I don't need to sleep. Those are the only people that could even potentially do that. If you have a family, if you have other responsibilities in your life, unless they're, the company is paying for your relocation, paying for even then it's dubious, right? Again, this is all intentional. This was a huge physical and financial barrier that was put up to create a separation, to create a division in the population of engineers. Well, once that went away, well, as that's dissipating, and I think the numbers kind of speak for themselves, the jig is up. Yeah, well, we were really paying you because we were paying you that much because it served other purposes, right? For you to be here in this place where almost everybody else could not be. And that was by design. So now that you've moved to Kansas and you're like everybody else, well, you no longer sparkle, right? Because we can't use you. We can't use your personal testimony uncoerced day to day to make us shine and dazzle, right? Because now you're there with them. And those are the people we didn't want. So that part is disintegrating. But unfortunately, the cargo culting is going to take some time to work itself through the system. But I feel bad for these people. I really do. Because, again, I'm just this crazy guy in a secret location in the Utah desert. But I think we're going to have a lot of people that are very negatively impacted psychologically from this. And I think, unfortunately, through no fault of, people thought this is what you should do. Politicians were pushing for it. Parents were pushing for it. STEM. And I think there already is. I think it's just going to be even more. I think that the industry is going to right size. And I think it's going to surprise people immensely just how small that right size is. I also think, so kind of dovetailed with all of this, that these companies acquire other companies. Sometimes that makes the press, sometimes it doesn't. And if you know where to look and you're diligent, you can kind of track all the acquisitions that these big companies make. And some of these acquisitions are for some very impressive software that gets shelved. It gets shelved because it is a solution, not the next step, not the next iteration of React, which just creates more busy work. It's a solution. And so my hypothesis is that now that the gold rush glitter bubble is bursting, on the near horizon, a lot of these companies that have purchased these other companies and Indiana Jones'd their arc, these arcs are going to start popping up and people are going to be surprised. Like, wow, that's cool. You mean we don't have to do any? No. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah. So it's kind of fucked up. Anyway, I don't even know why I started on all that. But well, MSVC got the better of me today. I'm going to have to go for a walk and think about what I can do to fix this. It's so fucking stupid. Like every Clang does this, GCC does this. It just works. Do I have a protege? Not really. I mean, over the years, when you're a consultant, one of the things that you learn really quickly is that companies are in love with the idea of mentorship and knowledge transfer. And, over the years, I would say there's been maybe three programmers that were really good. They were very wet behind the ears, and they got to experience a project with Panici on it, which I'm sure some of them regret. And, I do my best, right, to pass on nuggets, right, to people and hope they can do something with it. But on the other hand, a lot of the people I've worked with over the years that were just employees of clients or peers, a lot of them left the industry years ago. I mean, there is definitely a point in this industry where you hit a wall. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. Yeah, Laurie Master says MSVC works for him. I think the issue is it depends on, it's like earlier, I was complaining about the difference between virtual desktops on like OS 10 or Linux and Windows. And, Tim Baudet, he uses Windows all the time. To him, virtual desktops and Windows make perfect sense. And it's a good point, right? It's all about perspective. And I'm coming at it from the perspective of a Nix, right? A Unix environment, POSIX environment that behaves that way. And the trap there, of course, is that Windows gets you almost everything that you need there, but not all of it. And then there are these little itty bitty corners that are sharp. And again, like when I figure this out, I'm going to like, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But, it's busy work. So yeah, so I'm gonna knock off for today. I got 7 hours, and we did get something done. So tomorrow I'll pick up and keep going. And I'm sure this is just something really simple, silly. So, yeah, once I get this fixed, we'll do a wrapper for the config stuff because I want to be able to load files, right? And be able to evaluate all the scheme expressions inside of it. So I'll just repurpose something very close to what I have in my test, except in a loop. And I'll add support for either a file or a string. It'll work equivalently for both. And then since, my primary use case for this is configuration, I'll come up with some model, some data structure that represents the configuration in memory. Because what we're going to do is we'll create some functions and we'll hook those into the Scheme environment so we can call them from within Scheme that configure different parts of whatever needs configuring. And the first use case is for string localization and then errors. So we'll get that working. And then there's some code that I have that just has like placeholder, either just comments like you should put an error message here. And some cases where there are messages, but they're not very good. So we'll go through all those, localize them through the config system, put, error messages and everything where they're not presently, and test all that, make sure all that works. And then there's some things in my to-do. We'll shuffle through that probably tomorrow. And then, some of the items I have in my to-do are probably, I can do them when I run into them. The air stuff, the localization stuff, I need to do that. But I think a lot of this other stuff I can probably wait on it. So then the immediate next thing to do will be to pull in this latest version of the foundation library into the VM project, where I have that DSL that it's parsed, it's ready to go. I need to upgrade to the latest version of the library. We're going to have to tidy some things up. I've libraryized some code that we'll need to strip out of the VM stuff and use the common version. And then do some code generation, right? Actually get some VM code generating from the DSL model, which again, like all that's done. We just need to start generating actual code, and we'll see how quickly that shapes up, but it shouldn't be too bad. And then it will be onto the assembler, because those two go hand in hand very strongly. So that's kind of the plan. Can I explain in short this database code? It's pretty much as it was 5 months ago. Like I say, I got up to the point where the DSL I created for generating VMs, that was parsing, it was generating an AST in memory. All that looked good. I'm sure I'm going to want to massage the DSL more as we get into code gen. There's already things I realize in my mind I don't have in there right now. I'm probably going to want, but like we should be able to get a very bare bones VM up and running, with what's there. And then I'm going to try really, really hard not to let my ADD misdirect me. Try to get that working the assembler, I don't know if you remember, but in the early prototypes of base code, I had assemblers, but bytecode assemblers, but they were sort of kludges. I wrote them very quickly. They really didn't have much of a model behind them. They had no macro capabilities. So they were pretty weak. And I don't want to operate with kludges like that going forward. I'd rather have, a nice solid assembler that does everything. And so then when we get to that point, those are key pieces. So I think, although I'm not 100% sure, and this could depend on my mood, but I think the next logical thing to do after the assembler is up and running, whatever deferred enhancements I want to make to the VM generator, DSL, anything that's deferred for the assembler, go through that list, kind of do a one pass, add whatever functionality like I think really meets the bar, and then kind of lock those down. And then the next big chunk is a linker. And really for a linker, primarily what that ends up being is code to support all the different object file formats that are out there. So I think what I'm going to do, because I already have some code for both of these, although not complete. So I'm probably going to rewrite it, but I want to do ELF because that'll give us Linux, and PECOF, and that'll give us Windows. And I didn't really appreciate how bad current linkers are until I started doing some experimentation, and I think relying now ELF and PECOF, that's what I want to support first. Then I'll do mock for BSD or Darwin. But that's going to be lower priority right now. So I want to be able to support Linux and Windows because those are my primary environments now. So, and really once ELF and PE are working, at some point down the road, coming back and adding in support for mock shouldn't be too bad, right? It's going to be some work, but I don't think it'll be horrible. And then with that, that will give us, like at that point, we have a primitive tool chain, right? Like we have a primitive bootstrapping tool chain that does everything we need it to do. We have a DSL that lets us spec bytecode interpreters and JIT compilers. We have a VM that does interpretation and JIT compilation. And the JIT compilation will be JIT / ahead of time, right? It'll do both. So that's our native code compiler right there. And we have an assembler so that we can generate bytecode assembly, run it through, do ahead of time compilation. And we'll have a linker. So we can have libraries, we can have archives, we can have shared objects, executables, we can link them on those two target platforms for now. And then yeah, and so that's pretty good. And then it's back to the base code bootstrap compiler. And at the beginning of the stream, which some of you may not have heard, I did a bunch of research into, right? So there's bootstrapping, and then there's really bootstrapping. And the distinction there is people consider pure bootstrap when you have no dependency on external things, right? So no C runtime, you're not linking to anything else. Now you can use platform APIs, like on Windows, you can use Win32 APIs all you want. That's fine. On Linux, you can make system calls. That's fine. But you're not pulling in these third-party things. So I still am thinking about the steps of how I want to do this, right? And there's a bunch of different ways it could be done. But the key is finding that the most minimum set of functionality, meaning a version of base code that has what I want and is sufficient that I can rewrite the compiler in itself, right? So to get to that self-hosted bootstrap state where once we compile the compiler in itself, right? So we'll have a C++ compiler that lets us compile the very first version of base code, and then all other compilation of base code has to go through that compiler. Now that first compiler will have external dependencies, and I think that's okay because it's throwaway. And then we rewrite the base code compiler in itself and run it through that first version. And that first version, what it produces through our tool chain, right? So it produces through our VM/assembler, which generates things using our tool chain, doesn't rely on any other tool chain. And then once we have a version of the base code compiler that's compiled from base code, now we've successfully bootstrapped. And the key is not going crazy with the language in those first few iterations. So I'm still kind of thinking through that a little bit, but so that's kind of where things are at. And that's kind of the rough path I think I want to go down. I'm also still thinking about how I want to do the meta programming, do the compile time programming. Circle gave me some ideas, although I wouldn't say I'm like 100% in love with those, but it gave me something to consider. And playing with Zig gave me some ideas. Again, I wouldn't say I'm 100% in love with those either, but certainly gave me some things to mull over. So I'm trying to refine kind of what I think that's going to look like. And in the very first versions of base code, I had a generic system, and I'm very torn on whether or not that's necessary, or to what extent it's necessary, and what form that should take. So I don't think this iteration of base code, the language, is going to have quite the same approach to generics that the previous version did. So, but like I say, I'm still sort of thinking about that. But yeah, so that's kind of where things are at. Could you use base code preprocessor during C++ build? You could, but and look, like I toyed around with the idea, like I can create a preprocessor. That's not difficult to do, but there's no type information. It's not integrated, right? If I build a better preprocessor for C++, well, now I have two orthogonal things that don't know about each other. And yeah, I mean, maybe the preprocessor I build is fancier, but it's ignorant, right? Like it won't know what C++ is. It won't be parsing it. It won't. So that's where it gets interesting, right? Is that the power here comes from being able to build type systems, build code, like all aspects of code at compile time. And that's where the power comes from. That's where the leverage comes from. And the way I think of it is, so I designed that DSL to generate virtual machines. I had to come up with a grammar for it. I had to write a parser for it, a lexer, a parser. I had to generate an AST for it. It's probably about 2,000 or 3,000 lines of code. Well, if I had base code, I could have done the exact same thing with probably about 500 lines of code, or probably even less, because I don't need to create a new language. I have one. All I need to do is read some kind of an input that could be much simpler, that lets me generate a complex type system that represents that and all the code that goes with it. So that's kind of, to me, where the benefit starts to come into play, is it gets me out of, well, at least step one, it gets me out of this business of having to create all these DSLs over and over and over again. Like, I pulled in this embeddable scheme. Well, if this were base code, I could just have a very simple ini file or text file type thing, and I could map it directly to types and generate code for it, and it would all just work. So it now, again, I kind of see that as step one. There's other things I want to do, but that's a huge step. I mean, that's super powerful. So that's kind of where I see it going. All right, guys. Thanks, everybody. And I will be back tomorrow. Maybe not exactly 5 a.m. I don't know exact time. It'll be sometime early in the morning. So I will see you guys then. Have a good one.